Reinhard van Tonder, the covering fielder. Of course, the Windies have a left-hand, right-hand combination here, keeping the fielders agile on their feet. Oh, that's a good line from Mishali Mpongwana. A test of patience here for the Windies batters. The ball's clearly still moving. Mpongwana bowling an enticing line. Pretty standard field. Dizozi at mid-wicket. Dane Patterson at mid-on. Steady line from Mishali Mpongwana in his first over. Mpongwana hoping to reap the rewards of a steady first over. But McKeskey has been in there for 41 deliveries now. It's a relatively new ball, still trying to see it off. It's the end of the first over after lunch. West Indies are 41 for 1 after 13. Going at a good rate. They've only lost Chandapal to a very good over from Dane Patterson. Patterson bowling a consistent spell there in the first session. Constantly found the outside edge or beat the outside edge. Moreki, his first over after lunch. He bowled 2 overs in the first session, went for 7 runs. Mackenzie, left-handed batsman. Well played by Mackenzie, good running. Take the easy one there. The West Indies will be slightly the happier of the two teams after the lunch session. After lunch, (42 for 1 after 13.1 overs is a pretty good rate. They're going at a pretty good rate. Ooh, Moreki. Back of the length. Good line. Beats the outside edge. Hitting the bat hard, it's Apu Moreki. Back of the length deliveries. Good effort from the SAA keeper, Clyde Fortain, under 19 World Cup winner in 2014, along the likes of Aiden Markram and Kagiso Rabada. It's the end of the 14th over. Score is 44 for 1. Mihlali Mpongwana about to get into his second over. Tickles it down. The fine leg boundary for 4. Mihlali Mpongwana misses his line slightly. His fine leg was very square. There was no way of cutting that off. Easy runs for the West Indies. West Indies steadily getting closer to the 50-run mark. Mihlali Mpongwana has gone for 2 boundaries in his otherwise very fine first 8 balls. Shot. Oh, a misfield. have gone through from Reynat van Tonder. Goes to a 4. And the Windies get to their 50 or 14.3 overs after the loss of 1 wicket. Similar shot, but straight to the fielder this time. No problem for Reynat van Tonder. SAA with a heavy offside field, yeah, short cover, a cover, mid off, and point. Kaya Zondo standing at point. Hitting the deck hard is Mihlali Mbongwana.
So now we get a draft and then load shedding hits and takes it back to default. But I ordered new laptops.
Good way to finish the over from Mbongwana. West Indies are 52 for 1 after 15 overs. Windies have found a way to keep the runs going even with the consistency of the South African bowling. Understanding that this is a test match and an official test match, you just wait for the one bad ball and you capitalize. And that's exactly what they've been doing. Tsepo Moreki coming in for his 4th over. He's gone for 9. Shot. Straight to the fielder at cover. Still trying to pitch it up. Wants to see if there's going to be any swing. The ball is still relatively new. It's 15 overs old. Ooh. Hits the edge. Perhaps that one didn't go up as much as he expected it. But Mackenzie kept calm. Ooh, that's very close. And the umpire gives it. He's gone. Mackenzie's gone. Moreki strikes for the SAA. It's 52 for 2 now. Moreki Been making the ball leave him for 2 overs now, and then that one that finally came back in traps him. The SAA team needed that. New batsman coming in for the West Indies. Kavem Hodge. Right-handed batsman. We've seen 2 pretty formidable bowling attacks here. The West Indies were clearly bowling to a plan. There wasn't an over where you felt as if they were being on the back foot, they were being put on the back foot. It's the same thing with the South African bowlers here. Moreki kept the ball coming out, going out, and then one ball came in. And Mackenzie, unfortunately, had his feet stuck in the crease there. Now Hodge comes in at number 4 with his team, 52 for 2. The Windies will need a partnership, yeah? They don't want their innings to get off the rails. Ooh, Hodge gets a Jaffa first up. Moreki's tail is up, is pumped up. The body language of the SA fielders has gone up as well. Suitable conditions for bowling, yeah? Steady wind at Buffalo Park. You can see the CSA banners. One wildly. Oh, that's a brilliant ball. Hits the deck and jumps up. There was nothing Hodge could have done there. He did well to actually miss that ball. Moreki finding a perfect length. Hodge is a bit under pressure here. He's under a bit of pressure here, Hodge. Kavem Hodge, the Dominican. Finds a brilliant way to get off the mark. Just clips the ball off the legs. Dame Patterson chases it. Brilliant running from the Windies batters. Got 3 for that. Patterson chasing the ball well down the mid-wicket boundary. Hodge gets to keep the strike. The score is 55 for 2 after 16 overs. Umpire is going through a bit of a wardrobe change. Perhaps there's a change in the weather conditions at Buffalo Park. The wind is starting to pick up slightly. It's getting a bit chillier here. The clouds aren't menacing. Mihlali Mpongwana carrying on from the Bunkers Hill end. Hodge gets off. Good intensity from Tony DeZorzi. Keeps it down to 1. He was standing at mid-wicket there, ran all the way to the square leg boundary and kept it to 1. You can see that the South African fielders' tails are up. That wicket seemed to revitalize the entire team, re-energize the entire team. Bongwana steaming in. Hits the splice of the bat straight to the fielder between cover and point. If you're just joining us, this is day 2 of the second unofficial test match between SAA versus the West Indies A. South Africa's first innings came to a close at 298 for all out. Early on the second day. Keegan Peterson top scored with a score of 67 for the South Africa A team. The SAA score of 298 was anchored by 3 solid partnerships up the order. Bongwana making the ball talk here. But McKeskey's been finding a way to keep going. Hasn't lost his composure, he's always been calm here. Hodge is on 4-4. SAA having only used 2 bowlers in this second session of day 2. Bongwana searching for the one that comes back in. Shot. Good anticipation from Reynard van Tonder. That ball was a certain 4, but he saw it coming from a long way and he adjusted himself right on time. The weather has certainly changed at Buffalo Park. Even the batsmen now are putting on their jerseys, their pullovers. But you wouldn't think that Moreki is feeling that at all. He's fired up. The weather's not going to do anything to him. It's not going to dampen his mood. .57 for 2 after 17 overs. Moreki coming back from the graveyard end, pushes it straight to the man at cover. Just out your picture, you see Dane Patterson stretching. You wouldn't think that it would be too long before he comes back into the attack. He had a great spell in the morning. Slashes it away between point and gully for 4. Makeski starting to open up now. Moreki, a bit of a loose delivery there. The Windies have lost 2 wickets in the first 17 overs, but they're going at a steady rate. Finds the gap. Back of the length delivery just outside off stump. South Africa, having just taken the slip out, goes straight to that area for 4. Shot! Nothing the fielders could have done there. It's a perfect cover drive. That's 3 fours on the trot for Makeski. Races to 48. 2 runs away from his 50 now. Off a good rate as well. 48 of 61 balls. Windies, I say again, are going at a pretty good rate here. Windies going at a rate of 3.9 per over. South Africans would have liked to keep it at around the 2.93 runs per over region. But the Windies, naturally being an attacking team, going at a pretty good rate for Test cricket. Ooh, good line there from Moreki. Squares up the batsman, but he kept his eye on the ball. That's the end of the 18th over. 69 for 2. Zachary Makeski played a pretty patient inning in the first session. Rode the ball out. Perhaps he feels as if the ball is a bit worn out now. It's a bit older. So he capitalized on those balls because a couple of those 4s were not bad deliveries from Bongwana, but he made it work. Dane Patterson back into the attack, coming in for Mhlali Bongwana. Bowled 6 overs in this first spell. Went for 14 runs, got 1 wicket, the crucial wicket of Chanderpaul. He beat the outside edge multiple times in that first session, bowling under the perfect conditions. It's a bit chillier now, but the clouds have cleared up. Played between point and gully. It's a 4 for the Windies. Hodge Moves on to 8 from 8. The score is moving pretty briskly now. Not the way Dane Patterson would have liked to introduce himself in his second spell. The ball was a bit too wide there. Bit of a freebie for Hodge. Defends well off the back foot. Good comeback from Patterson. The SAA bowlers would not want to stray from the bowling plan that they've had in the first 16 overs or so, where they just bowl line and length and wait for a West Indies batsman to make a mistake. You get the sense that in the last 2 overs or so, they've perhaps strayed from those plans, searching for something that perhaps isn't there. Ooh, good line there from Patterson to end the over. Well watched by Kavem Hodge. Scored 73 for 2 after 19. Wendy's going well here. Moreki is averaging 42 in this series, 42.5. Got a good start in the first innings of the first game in Benoni, 31. And he lost his wicket. Gone early in the second innings for 6. He's on 48 now of 63 balls. Scored 3 exquisite boundaries in the last over. Moreki hoping for a comeback. He's got 2 slips in, 3 slips in. There's a 4th slip there. He's got 2 slips in rather, and someone at gully, point, extra cover and cover. The plan is still clear though. He's moved his square leg to deep square. He also has a fine leg that's very square, so you'd think as a batsman that he'd be bowling a bouncer. Or just bowls it back of the length into the legs, into the hips rather. And Moreki just nudges it down for 1, moves on to 49 of 65 balls. soon as Hodge comes in, deep square, comes back up to square leg. Good defense from Hodge. 3 balls into the over. Moreki's gone for 1. 74 for 2 after 19.2. You can even see from the way Tsepo Moreki walks that he's all business when he's on the field. Oh, finds the gap again. Goes for 4 and the Windies move on to 78. Moreki. Moreki will feel like he's bowling a line that's perhaps too wide. You'll want to keep it close to the batsman. That's where he wants to be. That's closer to where he wants to be. Well defended from Hodge. Hodge has been dealing in boundaries, yeah. The Windies will want to reach 100 for no further loss of wickets. Goes for a 4. Tucks it off the legs. Moreki's angry at himself for missing his line. Even breaks his glasses. After 20 overs, the West Indies are 82 for 2. Dane Patterson carrying on from the Bunkers Hill end. Zachary McKeskey, close to a milestone, close to his 50. Solid from McKeskey. The way he's been batting here today, you wouldn't think. The way he's been batting since it was close to his 50, you wouldn't think he knew it was close to 50. Sticking to the plan, is very specific about the shots that he plays. Scampers through for the single, gets to his 50. Well played from Zachary McKeskey. Looks up to his team. 50 of 67 balls. He had 10 fours in that. Was brisk, very quick, but risk-free, most importantly for the Windies. He figured out the situation very quickly here at Buffalo Park. Knew the balls to play and the balls to leave. Anchoring the innings well here for his country. Plenty of batsmen in this match so far have got a start but haven't been able to kick on. McKeskey will surely have that in mind and will be looking to kick on for his nation. Good ball from Patterson. One-day lines there, bowling Yorkers and then swinging Yorker. He's been very good on the field today, has Tony Dizorzi. The intensity has been up there from the man who plays for the Western Province. Oof. Consistent line from Patterson, making sure to rush the fatters, yeah. You do wonder how long the South African bowling attack will take to introduce a spinner. If you look at the domestic games that have been played here at Buffalo Park, the spinners have been getting a lot of purchase. Albeit they've been using different pitches to the one that they're playing on right now. This one is pretty fresh. Especially prepared by the groundsman Ashley Nell here at Buffalo Park. Moreki perhaps still searching for his best line after a pretty good first 3 overs. Seems to have gone back to searching again. He's got 2 slips in, first slip and a fourth slip. Someone covering the point, but bowls his best ball of the day. That one nipped away off the deck. Even for a man as settled in as Zachary McKeskey, that was a peach of a delivery. The previous delivery was back of the length and it nipped off the seam past the outside edge of Zachary McKeskey. Now Tsepo Moreki pitches the ball up and McKeskey's feet don't move. He just throws his bat at it. Moreki will be unhappy with that delivery. He'll feel it was too close to the body. Gets worked away for one behind behind square. The biggest challenge for Moreki so far has been keeping one batsman on strike so he can set him up. He'll feel like he needs to stop them from rotating the strike so much. Well left. Ooh, an inside edge. And he goes for 4. Decided last minute to leave that ball. Moreki bowling a length and a line just outside off stump. And just like that, the Windies are 88 for 2 after 22 overs. Still going at a pretty good rate. Ooh. Dane Patterson manages to get McKiskey to fish outside off stump. And the ball's been getting good carry here at Buffalo Park. As we see Clyde Fortain asking for a helmet from the 12th man, which implies that the SAA are going to bring on a spinner now. Take a quick single. Mhlali Mbongwana standing at mid-off. It's a brilliant opportunity this for players like Dane Patterson at 34 to stake a claim in the SA team that might be playing against that will play against India in December here in South Africa. Also a good chance for some of the younger players to stake a claim for the New Zealand series next year that will conflict with the SA20 competition, where most of the frontline players won't be available for that series. Ooh, Dane Patterson Just keep it there, bud.
That's all you have to do. And that's a short fall.
Those balls are too good to leave. And Kavem Hodge can attest to that.
Sometimes vision by vision going
Keegan Peterson at first slip is eagerly waiting for one of the balls to come off the edge.
why you can bowl it
Oof. That's the one. That's the wicket-taking delivery that Dane Patterson was hoping for. Unfortunately for him, Kavem Hodge was able to defend that one. The score is 8-9 for 2 after 23 overs. Like I've been saying, the bowlers today have been bowling to a plan. Even yesterday, Dane Patterson was bowling outside, was beating the outside edge multiple times there. And then he brought one back in. And now we see the reintroduction. We see the introduction rather of Dane Piedt. The veteran right arm off spin of South Africa. Recently came out of retirement and was brought straight into this team. Plies his trade in the Free State now for the Knights. Piedt comes in for his first delivery. Finds the line right away, finds the length right away. Teskey's playing him well, yeah? Doesn't seem troubled by the spin, of which there isn't much spin. Ooh. Pulls him for 4 just behind square. Kaya Zondo there standing at short leg was in trouble for a second. And that's a 4. The Windies ooh, it's the one that doesn't turn. McKeskey is now finding himself in two minds. He won't know if that one won't turn or if it will turn. Dane Piedt in his first over. He's gone for 4, but he's also created some doubt in the batsman's mind. Dane Patterson continuing from the Bunkers Hill end. Ooh, consistent line from Dane Patterson. Been beating the outside edge of Kavem Hodge for 2 overs now. He's setting him up. Wants him to try and go forward and then have one that comes back in. Well played from Kavem Hodge. Good fielding from Moreki. Ooh. That's the one Kavem Hodge was expecting it though. Well played. Straight to the field at mid on. Mishalim Bomana. Dane Patterson has a wonderful history at Buffalo Park. Played his third one-day international here for South Africa against Bangladesh in 2017. Ooh, finds the outside edge. No one at second slip. Perhaps it wouldn't even have carried. Goes for 4. And we have our first drinks break after lunch. The score is 97 for 2 after 25 overs. Zachary McKeskey, 56 of 80 balls. Kavem Hodge, 24 of 31. The West Indies going at a pretty good rate. It's time for the players to get their drinks now. about to carry on after the drinks break. Dane Piedt rather, about to carry on from the graveyard end for his second over. Here's a deep square, suggesting that he'll bowl a bit fuller, and he just punches it down the ground for one. Tony Zorzi at long one. The Windies are now trailing by exactly 200 runs and are 2 runs away from their own 100 as a team. Scampers through for a quick single. Well played from Zachary McKiskey. Advances down the ground, smashes him for a 1 bounce 4. The Windies batters are not willing to allow Dane Piedt to settle down here, taking quick singles off his bowling and now advancing down the ground to smash him for 4 down the ground. Good shot, good fielding. Brilliant fielding. Saved a certain 2 runs there. With the 4 of the previous delivery, the West Indies got to their 100. They're now on 103. 104 now for 2 after 26 overs. Kaya Zondo standing at short first slip. He's at first slip, but he's standing in front of second slip actually, with a helmet on. Well played. As I touched on before, Kaya Zondo standing at short second slip or short first slip with a helmet on. We'd like to think the Proteas are trying to negate, the SAA team rather, is trying to negate the ball that doesn't quite carry to the slips. So now he has a helmet on for protection, but they want to take the half chances. Ooh. Finds a way to dig it out there. That's Zachary McKiskey. 62 of 88 balls. The Windies will be happy about the rate that they're going at, and the South Africans will be quite disappointed that the Windies are able to go at such a quick rate. It's been a consistent rate for the Windies, 3.9 their entire innings now. Every ball currently is finding the middle of the bat. Proteas hoping for that one, the SAA team hoping for that one ball that finds the outside edge, with Rowan de Swart standing at second slip and Kaya Zondo again standing at short first slip. Straight to the man. That's the end of that over. The score is 104 for 2 after 27 overs. McKiskey is 62 of 90. Hodge is 25 of 33. Dane Piedt is still carrying on. Tony DeZorzi is down here in the long on boundary. And Reynard van Tonder is way down in the square leg boundary. Oh, straight through his defenses. He doesn't believe it, but it was a brilliant delivery from Dane Piedt. Way outside off stump. Tries to drive it, his feet don't move, the bat goes alone, finds the gap. The Windies are now 104 for 3. They lose the wicket of Kavem Hodge. Goes for 25 of 35 deliveries. Tevin Imlach coming in for the Windies at number 5. The experienced, the veteran Dane Piedt finding the breakthrough for South Africa A just when they needed it. It was a very good partnership for the Windies. It came at a good rate too. Perhaps Hodge wasn't sure which way the ball was gonna go, because Dane Piedt had been bowling balls that were spinning and balls that were going straight through. Now when the ball was outside off stump, he went fishing, hoping that the ball wasn't gonna spin, but it spun. It turned a long way. Successful over that from Dane Piedt for the South African team. Managed to get the wicket of the settled in Kavem Hodge to bring Tevin Imlach. Zachary McKeskey, his wicket has now become even more important. He'll be hoping to push through for the Windies here, form a new partnership with Tevin Imlach. It's a good battle here between McKeskey and Dane Patterson. Keegan Peterson standing at short second slip. Probing line from Dane Patterson. He's been consistent throughout the day. Oh, almost gets the outside edge. Zachary McKeskey fishing outside off stump. The ball that was way too wide. Dane Patterson, the skill, the ability to take the ball away and bring it back in at will. Takes a very skilled batsman to be able to cover that. And Zachary McKeskey looks every bit of that. A skilled batsman. It's a good battle here between the SAA and the West Indies A in this second unofficial test match. Our venue here today is Buffalo Park. Oh, takes him on. Dizozi takes the catch. Falls for the trap. He'll be very disappointed in himself. Will be Zachary McKeskey. A double strike for the SAA team. The score is now 104 for 4. Dizozi had been waiting at deep square for some time now. And just like that, the Windies have 2 new batters at the crease. And the Proteas, the SAA team rather, have their tails up again. Joshua De Silva coming on, the West Indies A captain, Trinidadian man. from Port of Spain in Trinidad and Tobago. Comes in with his team in a bit of a spot of bother here.
How are you? Alright. You late for practice?
102 for 3, 104 for 4. Dane Patterson, you have to say, deserved that wicket. Been probing and probing and probing, but never gave up on that man at deep square and bowled one bouncer. And McKiskey took it on, hit it straight to the fielder. Good catch from Tony DeZorzi. And that ends the over. A brilliant over of fast bowling from Dane Patterson. Set him up perfectly. Just a continuation of the brilliant bowling that we've been seeing in this game. Bowlers sticking to their plans of being very specific. Score is 104 for 4 after 29 overs. West Indies in a spot of trouble. 2 new batters coming in. Good chance for Dane Patterson to bowl the 2 new batters, yeah? Chance for him to set up batsmen who aren't familiar with the crease at the moment. De Silva gets off the mark, just pushes it to square leg. De Silva's still only 25, but he has 22 test matches for the West Indies. Very interesting. Guard. Very interesting guard from Tevin Nimlak. In his first 3 balls, he stood outside off stump. Now is standing between off stump and middle stump. And that's the end of the over. Score is 106 for 4 after 30 overs. Dane Patterson continuing from the... Ooh, finds the outside edge. Trickles down for 4 though, between second slip and third. That's the one that comes back in. Perhaps a bit too short for his liking, Dane Patterson. Would have liked to have got the batsman to come closer to the ball. Dane Piedt is still standing at a very square fine leg. And Zozi standing at deep square leg. If you're just joining us, the West Indies, or if you took a quick break and just came back, the West Indies were 102 for 2. Now they're 110 for 4. They lost 2 quick wickets in consecutive overs, thanks to the bowling of Dane Piedt and Dane Patterson. Now their captain Joshua De Silva is in, along with Tevin Imlach, the number 5 batsman. The SAA captain is in constant conversation with his bowlers and his fielders. Doesn't mind tinkering with the field. Brilliant drive. But Reinhard van Donde was up for the task at cover. Last ball of the over from Dane Patterson. De Silva just manages to dig it out. Score is 110 for 4. Just the 4 runs of that over. Tony Zozi is being moved around a lot here on the field. He was standing at deep square, now he's moving on to long on in this next over. Reinhard van Donde is still standing at deep square. There's a slip in place. Defends it well, does Tevin Imlach. Takes a quick single. Chances Dane Patterson at mid-off. He'll be happy to get off the mark or get off the strike or Tevin Imlak. That's the end of the over. The weather's changing a bit here at Buffalo Park. Score is Nelson for 4 after 32 overs. We've had 4 seasons here at Buffalo Park. There was a bit of rain before the start of play. It became windy, chilly, and now the sun is coming out. It was a brilliant day of cricket yesterday, day 1. We had the pleasure of hosting over 150 kids from Hudson Park Primary School. They came here to watch some of their heroes playing in high-level cricket. They got the chance to have their bats signed, their t-shirts signed by players they've only seen on TV. Great inspiration, good initiative from Ashley Nell, the groundsman here at Buffalo Park. Moreki back into the attack, replacing Dane Patterson. Moreki was expensive in his first spell, 7 overs for 38. Perhaps bowled too many loose deliveries, but when he found the mark, he was good. He'll be hoping that with the shine off the ball now, with the ball 32 overs old, he can find a consistent line. Gets clipped off the legs. Dizorzi, ever present. The ball's just finding him everywhere now. Everywhere he is, the ball's just coming to him and is equal to the task. First 2 balls from Moreki, going straight for the stumps. It's worth noting that every time a paceman has been bowling, Dizorzi has been standing at deep square and Dane Piedt at a very square fine leg. For the most part, the South Africans have been bluffing with those choices, or with that choice of field placement, because the bowlers have been consistently bowling outside off stump. But as we saw from Dane Patterson for the last wicket of Zachary McKeskey, they can call on that bluff whenever. Ooh, that's very close, but too high. And they scampered through for a single there. Moreki thought it was in the money there, thought it was on the business. Takes him on with a short delivery. Straight to the field ahead. Fine leg. Go through for one. As a big man as Joshua Da Silva. Take a very good shot ball to get him intimidated or to struggle to execute that pull shot. Ooh. Very fortunate. That's an inside edge and straight into his foot. It could have gone anywhere. Moreki and Piedt to continue from the graveyard end. Oh, it's gone! Joshua Da Silva loses his wicket. The man at short leg doing a brilliant job to take a very, very low catch. Kaya Zondo. Very experienced in that position is Kaya Zondo. The Windies lose their captain. They're officially in trouble now. It's 115 for 5. Akeem Jordan coming in. No, it's Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair coming in. The hero of the last game. Carried the West Indies on his shoulders and took them to victory. He's got the chance to perhaps not take them to victory, but to help them get closer to the South African first innings total. Tevin Campbell gets off the mark brilliantly for 4 over mid-off. Is it a sign of things to come from Kevin Sinclair?
$119 for 5, $119 for 5 in 33.5 overs. Underneath, he just missed it.
Kevin Sinclair perhaps Showing his intentions very early on. Yeah, his third delivery. His first delivery, he hit for 4 over over mid off, chipped it over. First delivery of the innings.
Dan Piedt is doing well. I think 2 for 20 after a few overs, and the guys are doing well. And Team Moreki as well, 1 for 41. It's been expensive, Moreki. I think he's putting both sides of the wicket in consistent lines as well, length. The guys have been cutting, pulling, and doing all sorts of things. West Indies A side, 121 for 5 after 34.1 overs. Guys have been doing well. The bowlers have been looking great. Dan Piedt has got 2 for 20 with 1 maiden after 6 overs. And Moreki, a little bit expensive at 5.1, 5.2 and over. 1 for 41. Partnership of 6. It's good bowling. That's a good line in length. That I think the last 2 balls, good line in length. 121 for 5, 121 for 5 out of 35 overs. Sinclair on 6 and Imlek on 3. Dan Piedt coming into attack. Dan Piedt has been in Western Province. His career has been there. He's been bowling nicely. I think he's been in the good campaigner. I think Dan Piedt is doing well. I think he's got a nice maiden over. He's only got one over to go, one ball to go, and he's been hitting the right areas. Blind miss Moreki on his fourth ball. He's been hitting the right areas now, like outside of stump. I believe earlier on in the first spell he was not hitting the right areas, but on the second spell he's been hitting the right areas. And with the batters playing and missing Sinclair, and yeah. Imlek. Oopsie. He saw him coming down and then he puts one shot. Fifth ball gone. A 1 to go. 122 for 5. 122 for 5 after 36.5 overs. Oh, he's out. He's out. A good ball. The umpire is giving him out and he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go. He was given out LB. He went down. Missed the ball. The ball hit him on the pad in front of his thingy. I think he's claiming that he went down the track, which doesn't give anyone to say if you're going down the track you cannot be out LB. Sinclair is out. I was not happy. 122 for 6 after 37 overs. 122 for 6 after 37 overs. That's West Indies A side. Sinclair gone for low score, and Mansingh is coming in, joining Imlek there for 3. Imlek is there. West Indies A won the toss in the morning yesterday, and they decided to field first. They sent SAA to bat. SAA did well. Didn't start well, but they did well, like in the middle there, whereby Pedersen and Zondo got a 86 partnership of 171 balls, and there were good batting displays shown by Pedersen, where he got 67 of 124 balls. I think Antonio got 50, and Brown got 44, and Kazondo got 35. Dan Piedt coming in as well, coming from the graveyard end. $122 for 7. Dan Piedt. He's got another one. I think the guys are going for T. West Indies 122 for 7 after 32.2 overs. Mansingh, and I think he was out for a duck, and he was joining Jordan. Jordan is still on 3 if I'm not mistaken. Guys are going for T. We'll chat later. back from tea, 122 for 7 after 32.2 overs. That's West Indies A playing against SAA. We just last seen one of the guys, I think it was Mansing coming in and joining Jordan. I think Sinclair just got out, LB, if I'm not mistaken. Can you guys see what do you think about this good bowling display from South African point of view?
It's quite the collapse from the West Indies. They were at one point 102 for 2. For the addition of just 20 runs, they've lost 5 wickets. That's mainly due to the introduction into the attack of Moreki and Piedt. And here he is now, about to get us underway after tea. Ooh, beats the outside edge. Once more, it's the one that didn't turn.
Playing and miss. You can see the lower order. Lower order batting, they just want to post the ball straight to the boundaries.
The experience there of Moreki and Piedt showing itself. He's been bowling the same length, one of 2 balls. Either the ball's going to turn in or it's going to keep going straight, and the batsmen unfortunately haven't been able to pick it.
Night shape taking that one outside of stump. Pull it to square leg boundary for 1. They settle for 1.
It's good field placement as well. Having the covers open there encourages the drive. More chances of getting the nick or bowling the one that comes in and then it goes between the bat and the pad.
That's what we always say. I think coaches like Tongo from Hudson Park and then other coaches like Russell Sanson, who used to be coaching the under 10s and the 13s from primary school. The first, as an off-spin bowler, as an off-spinner, the first position that you put is like a square leg boundary. Is that not so? Because I think that is a great thing that you guys need to know, and you can put one at cow corner during the later stage, but square leg boundary must be the position where the off-spin bowler, where the ball is turning into the batter, into the right-hand batter, and then that's where you can pull it or hook it for. Pull it for 2 or for 1. But if there's no one there, that ball will just go to 4 for 4 all the time.
Tsepo Moreki coming in after tea from the Bunkers Hill end. It's a great comeback from Moreki after his first 7 overs went for 38 runs. His next 3 went for 2. Oof.
He's been bowling there and there now. I mean, after this second spell, I think he's been hitting the 4th stump, 5th stump, which is a good thing to do, because those are the instructions from the captain, the instructions from the coach as well. You just have to hit the 4th and 5th stump, and that's why you have to bowl in this kind of level.
It would be interesting to find out from someone like you, Dere, why he struggled so much in his first spell. The first thing that would come to my mind is that the ball was a bit new, so it was still moving a bit, or moving a lot. So he couldn't control it as well as he would have liked to. Now in the second spell, the ball's a bit older. It's a bit more consistent with when it comes to its swing. Would you be willing to affirm that?
Yeah, I mean, I had a chat to Tongo yesterday, Hudson Park, professional coach, and that was a good on drive, and I think they'll settle for 2 there. And chatting to him and getting the feelings and all those kind of things. as coaches, we always stress the fact that we ball. You can see who can control the ball. Okay, if you've got a fast bowler like let's say Pangabantu and Bane, who can control the ball, or the fast bowlers Makantini, Mondes and Deki, we need to take someone who can hit those areas all the time, fourth and fifth stamp. And there are guys, if you give him a new ball, and then he goes all over the place because he doesn't have that control. So, as a coach, you have to look around and see who can control that. Let's speak about, let's say, Hudson Park. I'm not speaking Hudson Park because Tongo is here, but I'm speaking Hudson Park because there are guys there like Nomoi who can hit the areas, and those are the guys who can control the ball at school level. Last straight drive.
Brilliant straight drive. Moreki searching and searching, bowling a bit too full there. And Hakeem Jordan was ready for that one.
As a fast bowler, I don't know, Kenge, why most of the fast bowlers, they'll bowl 5 good balls outside of stump, hitting off stump and fifth stump, and then all of a sudden, after nowhere, they try to bowl 2 straight for the batter to, I don't know, to do what, I don't know. And then what happens is that the guy will just work that for 4, and which it doesn't give, or it doesn't make any sense from my side, because if I'm bowling outside of stump, fourth and fifth stump, and no one is hitting me, why changing my line and bowling straight or bowling straighter? Because let the ball, he must make contact. If I'm bowling first stump all the time, and he must go to the ball, you see. And always bowlers, they always try to change the line and bowl into the batter. That's why that guy went for Moreki, I think, as well. He bowled 2 straight, bowled 4 good balls outside of stump, and then later on he bowled 2 straight ones, and they hit for 2, and they hit for 4.
Yeah, Tere. Perhaps Moreki was a victim of his own impatience there, as you've so correctly analyzed. Dane Piedt now continuing from the graveyard end. Change the innings around, Dane Piedt. If you're just joining us, the West Indies at some point were 102 for 2. Now they are 131 for 7. They lost 5 wickets for the addition of just 20 runs.
131 for 7. 131 for 7 after 39.4 overs. And as I mentioned earlier on about the national weeks, under 16 girls going to Pietermaritzburg, and 16 boys going to SWD, and under 19 girls going to Cape Town, and lastly the Coquid going to Makanda, and I think on Friday the 1st of December, there'll be a capping function at 3 o'clock at Buffalo Park for all those teams. And I think it's a good thing whereby the guys will be given all their caps, and to be given the caps so that when they go to the week, they go and represent the border province. And we would like to mention to the East Londoners, border players, to come around and support their fellow mates. I think that's where he's supposed to bowl, and I think that's 4th and 5th stamp, and the guy playing a miss all the time, and that's a good area. Can you see now, Gengesi? He bowled that one. I would love to see three of those coming from Mr. Moreki, asking questions there. Good one.
Consistent line from Moreki. Has been steaming in. Even when he was being expensive, he was steaming in, bowling with the right intensity. Exactly what Captain Neil Brandt would have been asking of him. I have a feeling he'll be looking for the one that comes back in.
Fourth one, not bad.
The captain Neil Brandt will be encouraging Moreki to stay in that line, keep the consistency, keep the runs down, and have Piedt clean up on the other side. Conversely, for the West Indies, they'd like to think that the batters that are in right now are not tail-enders, but they are lower order batsmen. Emphasis on the batsmen. They can keep the score tickling along, get to that psychological mark of 200 without the loss of another wicket. Sweeps him. There were cries of catch it there from the SAA players but the ball was a bit too fine for the man at square leg. And the Windies players only ran through for 1. The score is 136 for 7 after 41.3 overs. The constant fall of wickets resulted in the run rate going down drastically. Dane Piedt is ramping up the pressure here with a short leg and a silly point, basically telling the batsman to be more attacking, because as soon as he tries to be defensive, there's a man waiting for that sharp catch. But he defends it well, does Hakeem Jordan. Good stop by the SA captain at short mid-wicket to bring the over to an end with the score 136 for 7 after 42 overs. Tsepo Moreki to continue from the Bunkers Hill drive end. As we've been discussing, Tsepo Moreki has been constantly finding the outside edge, consistently bowling that 4th, 5th stump line. You'd like to think if he continues with that line, he'll eventually find the outside edge and the ball will find the safe hands of Clyde Fortain or Keegan Peterson at first slip. Tony Dizorzi has been on the mark the entire day when it comes to setting the standards in the field. Standing at square now, he chased after that ball. It was going to a very, very square, fine leg. He chased it down, kept the West Indies to naught, where if there was another fielder there, you'd like to think that it would have been a single. That's the line that Moreki will want. That's the line that he will want. He'll want to keep it there, not give the batters any chance of playing an easy shot, of getting any easy runs. Oof. Tests him with a bouncer. This is the first over that South Africa have bowled. A seamer with a square leg, standing at square leg and not at deep square. And Moreki decides to test him with a bouncer. Constant mind games from both teams when they're bowling here. Great test for the batsman. An exercise of patience, of grit. Goes back to that consistent line. There's Moreki. Ooh. That's the one that comes back in, but unfortunately for Moreki, it was too high. It will be very important for the Windies to keep the scoreboard ticking. They've lost 5 wickets for the addition now of 25 runs. Tony Dizorzi, for the first time in a while, has come up from long on to mid on, perhaps to entice the batsman Man Singh to come down the wicket and try to hit it over him, hopefully sky it. Brilliant shot, but Dizorzi is up to the task, perhaps at his own peril. As he was sliding there, his knee got stuck on the ground. He's limping now. The Proteas will hope, the SAA team will hope that it's just an impact pain, shock pain. Piedt showing his appreciation there for Dizorzi, putting his body on the line to save a boundary. It's 44 overs, score is 138 for 7. Akeem Jordan is on 14 of 18 balls, pretty quick. Man Sen is on 2 of 22, doing a good job of preventing the SAA team from getting more wickets. Solid defense from him. Moreki still banging it in. The SAA team had a first innings total of 298 all out. It's not that far off from the score, their first innings total in the first game in Benoni. The Windies, though, will be disappointed that they couldn't match their first innings effort from that game. And it's a case of the same story for the first two games so far. Only 100. Only 1 century in 5 innings now. 6 innings from both teams. That of the SA captain Neil Brandt. Moreki showing some patience that was in some way absent in his first spell. He's not searching for that delivery anymore, that magic delivery. He's just keeping it in one place, hoping to entice the batsman into going at one and maybe nicking it off, and maybe getting him nicked off. Finally, he goes for it, but it makes a solid connection. It trickles away to the boundary. Welcome boundary for the Windies. Scores 142 for 7. Manson breaks the shackles. He's been on 2 for a very long time. Moreki perhaps being a bit too wide there. Manages to bring it down, guide it down to the third man boundary. Back-to-back fours for the West Indies, and just like that, the pressure's off. Mancini moves on to 10 of 28 balls. The Windies edging ever closer to their 150. The score is 146 for 7 after 45. Yata. Dane Piedt for his 12th straight over. Ooh, he's got strangled. He's gone. Strangled down the leg side. Clyde Fortain with a brilliant catch. Hakeem Jordan. His hopes of anchoring the innings now for this team have perished. Just as the Windies were starting to gain some momentum, Dane Piedt comes back and takes his 4th wicket. He hasn't been back for long, but Dane Piedt, it's like he never left. It's 146 for 8. On comes the number 70, Jamar Joseph. Shamar Joseph for the West Indies. The Express Quick had a very good spell in the morning here on day 2. He has a very different job now for his team. Try and stay there with Abhijay Mansin. Try and be his partner for as long as he can. Prevent the Proteas from taking another wicket, the SAA team. Get the Windies to be at least half the score that the Proteas got, or three quarters of the way there. First ball for the left-hander. Defends it. He's got 4 more balls to survive. Dane Piedt. He's looking for a fifer. Ooh. Looked like a deucer there from Dane Piedt. It came back in, but Shamar Joseph was equal to it. A valiant defense. Ooh. Once more, Dane Piedt searching. Everyone on the field with the oohs and ahs. Shamar Joseph showing premium coolness here. 1 more ball to survive. Oh, Dane Piedt will be disappointed with that one. It was too full and too close to the legs. Brilliant spell nonetheless from Dane Piedt. I'm sure he's going to get another one. Scores 146 for 8 after 46 overs. Moreki will continue to steam in. Ooh, gets the neck. Goes between the slip fielders again. Another 4 for the West Indies, and that gets them to their 150. Psychologically, that will do a lot to the Windies. They would have hoped that they'd get to 150 for the loss of at least 2 wickets or 3, but now, after that capitulation in the middle of their innings, they'll be happy just to get to that 150 with still 2 wickets in hand. But Moreki's second spell has been much better. Finding a consistent line and length that troubles the batters. Well played. You wonder how come the SAA team hasn't employed a third slip or second slip now. It's the third time in the past 3 overs that Moreki has found the outside edge and it's gone between the slip fielders. Oh, inside edge onto the stumps. Moreki finally does fall. Abija Mansin. It's 150 for 9 now. The West Indies are in dire trouble. The West Indies are in deep, deep trouble. Moreki gets his third wicket. Reward for Moreki for that consistent line he's been bowling. Even after those next through the sleep fielders, he stayed on that line, finally gets some reward. The West Indies on their last legs. McAllister, Jair McAllister, had a pretty good spell in the first innings for the West Indies. Bowled pretty well. There's the last man in now with the score on 150. Can the two West Indies opening bowlers, frontline bowlers, get them to a somewhat more respectable total here? Oh, swings straight through the covers. Feet going one way, the bat going the other. Finds the gap. 154 for 9. Moreki has got 3 wickets, but he's somehow found a way to always get driven for 4s or hit for 4s. He's bowling to a tail ender now. We'll just want to keep it simple. Straight at the stumps. Ray did mention this, that modern day bowlers respect the tail enders a bit more than they used to. They bowl short deliveries with the hope that the tail ender will hit the ball up in the sky instead of bowling full and straight, which is the more secure decision. It's 154 for 9 after 47 overs. Piedt still looking for his fifer. Shamar Joseph, you'd expect him to swing for the rafters, yeah. Oh, defends brilliantly. Dane Patterson, Tony DeZorzi, inside the circle, or what would be a circle. Ah, catch gets taken. Dane Piedt gets his 5 for 28. Veteran showing his experience there. Shamar Joseph swings for the rafters. The West Indies innings, and just like that, finished 154 all out in 47.2 overs. Brilliant stuff from Dane Piedt. As soon as he came on, the innings changed. West Indies were cruising at 122 for 2. 102 for 2. They now trail by 142, and South Africa will be hoping to build on that lead. Tony Dizorzi has a score to settle. He got 44 good runs, got a good ball, was dismissed. Now players and the fans clapping off. Dane Piedt, 5 for 28. Just came out of retirement, showing his colors there, showing his experience. We'll be back shortly for the South African innings. Oof. Akeem Jordan gets the third innings of the game underway. The second innings for the SAA team. The captain opening the batting along with Tony Dizorzi, the Protea. West Indies just finished their innings. The score was 156. A bit of a capitulation for the Windies there. A complete collapse. Lost their last 8 wickets for the total of 54 runs. The swing is there. The pitch, perhaps not as convincing as it was in the first and the second innings. It'll be important for the Windies to find a way to get these wickets on a consistent basis. Leg buys for 4. Akeem Jordan drifting there, bowling 2 sides of the wicket in his first 3 balls. Perfect way to get off, to get underway for this SA team. The SAA team has 3 left-handers in their top 6. A bit of a rarity in all forms of cricket, really. Oh, that's a perfect delivery. The Proteas, the SAA captain, tried to shift out of his crease to negate that swing, but the ball instead seamed off the pitch. Perhaps that ball did a bit too much. Shamar Joseph. Bowled well in the first innings. Brought the right intensity for the West Indies. Standard field, 3 slips in. Sweeper on the offside. Oh, Tony Dizorzi cuts it right off the mark. Takes an easy 2 runs there. Bit of a loosener from Shamar Joseph. Solid start from Dizozi. 7-4 not after 2. The SA captain getting off the mark with a brilliant straight drive after absorbing all the pressure from Hakeem Jordan. Jordan perhaps getting a little greedy there. Back to his mark. Stock delivery. SAA 14 for none after 3. Solid start for the South Africa A team. Dizorzi is on 5 of 10. Neil Brandt is on 4 of 8. Shamar Joseph coming in. Down the leg side again from Joseph. Struggling with something. His lines were very consistent in the first innings. Ooh. That one came back in. Turners is Aussie, up for the task. Well played, Dizorzi. Goes in for 2 runs. Hit the ball into the perfect area there. Overthrows. Overthrows. That will not please the West Indies captain Joshua De Silva. No one was backing up there at square leg. Just like that, Tony Dizorzi. Moves on and gets 5 runs, I believe. Six runs. That surely troubled the scorers there. Oh, that one keeps low. Off a good length and a good line, and it keeps low. Dizorzi expecting the ball to bounce and come up to his bat. That's surely a ball that would bring some doubt into the batsman's head. But if you're looking at Dizorzi right now, he's just shrugging it off. He's shrugged it off. He's telling himself, focus on the next delivery, son. Ooh, good line. Good line. South Africa A team is effectively 162 for naught. So you expect them to exercise a lot more patience as Dizorzi drives it square for 1 to end the over at 21 after 4 overs. Dizorzi is on 12 of 16. to Ray Ray. Dizorzi. A picture of patience here, practice of calm. And you need to be calm when your team is effectively 163 for 2 for not. We're only 4.5 overs in, and the West Indies bowlers have been bowling two sides of the wicket, yeah? The only downside to that for the South African batsmen is that they never know where the ball is going to pitch. The inconsistency from the Windies bowlers might actually... The inconsistency from the Windies bowlers might actually prove to be fatal in a way. But good defense from Tony Dizorzi. Score is 21 for naught after 5 overs. We have the legend, the Raymond Boy, joining me again in commentary. DeRay, how's your afternoon session?
This afternoon has been so quiet, and yeah, making sure that things are run in the proper way, and Cricket South Africa has done a great job to make sure that we having and hosting India in Border, East London, and the home of cricket, and the home of the Inyati as well. And yesterday, ladies and gents, to the viewers out there, West Indies won the toss and elected to field first. This Sharma Joseph has been doing well. I think yesterday coming from this end, he bowled extremely well. I think he ended up getting 3 wickets for 39 last time. And I don't know this innings how he's going to shape, and he's been doing well. Bowling a good lines, good length, good bouncer, and setting up plays, and just great. It's very nice to Bryant. 21 for no wicket after 6, and West Indies scored. They didn't even reach the score of the SAA, and SAA got a 161 lead and 165 lead.
Okay, that was strong.
Bryant and Tizosi still starting steadily, and Bryant on 4, and then Tizosi at 12. 21 for no wicket after 6 hours. Tizosi looks solid. Tizosi looks solid there. A good line in length from Jidan. Jidan, I think they scored only one run in that over, and 22 for 1, 22 for no wicket, 22 for 9 after 7 overs. Brandon 4, Zoze on 13.
South Africa A innings is following the same pattern of their first innings, with Tizosi being the chief run scorer and Neil Brandt taking his time, seeing out the new ball, roughing it up. The West Indies have now gone for a different strategy, bringing in Kevin Sinclair.
Kevin Sinclair turned out the ball and putting off spin bowling. And Tong will be joining me from Hudson Park Pro Course. at Spark High School. And Tongo, I mean, he played for all the border teams from under 13 up to under 19s. He's been to the academy as well. Tongo now is a professional coach. He's been to Cambridge and he's been to Hudson Park at the moment. And he's assistant coach for the under 16 border provincial team going to SWD in December the 10th to the 14th. Welcome, Tongo. And how are you this afternoon?
Good afternoon to the viewers. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Boy. And thank you for that brief introduction. State of the game at the moment, South Africa 23 without loss after 7.2 overs. We've just seen the introduction of Sinclair into the bowling attack. I'm pretty certain that the interesting thing that West Indies are trying to do here is they can see, there we go, there's the first wicket, a loose ball from Sinclair, not punished. Brandt going out for a lazy shot.
Yes.
Caught in the covers, South Africa 23 for 1.
Thank you, Tongo. 23 for 1. As you mentioned, it was one of the long hops outside of stump. He needed just to punish that for 4, and instead of putting that, he just hit it straight to short cover, and then off he went. And looked like a lazy shot. Brand is out for 4 after 18 overs. Just to give you a recap, SAA scored 98 all out of 92, 298 all out after 298 all out after 97.2 overs. West Indies in reply, they scored 154 for all out as well after 47.2. Okay, and then they had a lead of 166. At the moment, SAA 23 for 1 after 7.4 overs.
As I mentioned to you, Mr. Boy, earlier on, that when that wicket fell, that I think the West Indies approach here is following suit to what the South Africans did. And I think the tactic there was that the 2 lefties were batting in Neil Brandt and Dizorzi. So the introduction of the off spinner, obviously to take the ball away to the lefties.
It's Van Toner, new batsman Van Toner, and he's joining Dizorzi there on 14.
What a ball. What a ball by Jordan to Dizorzi. Dropped in the slips. First ball of the over. And it's that length that you spoke about earlier that fourth, fifth stump area where the batter is not sure whether to play the ball or whether to leave the ball.
You're spot on, Tongo. I mean, Dizozi there was caught in that space whereby he could not go forward or backwards. All he do is to nick the ball off to the slips. And last time, I think, first innings as well, I think Fontana or Bryant, I think they had a similar situation whereby they just nick off. Joseph was bowling. It was a good thing.
I think the frustration of that previous ball, that catch being dropped in the slips, is really showing in Jordan's now with that ball to Fantonda down the leg side, and you can see the frustration. Again, that fourth to off stump line again by Jordan to Reynard Fantonda. State of the game now, South Africa 24 for 1 with a lead of 167.
Twenty-four for one after 9 overs. That's South Africa with a lead of 166.
Having coached throughout all the structures, Mr. Boy, I'd be interested to know, what do you think is South Africa's plan with a lead of approximately 170 at the moment? What do you think their plan is going forward with this game? I'm pretty sure every run that now South Africa scores hurts the West Indians. What do you think their plan is?
I think the plan is to go out there, bat, and bat until we get to probably 350 plus, and bat the whole day this afternoon, and tomorrow it will be the third day, and bat probably until lunch or so, get 350 plus. Then after that you can just make sure that you go out there and bowl good lines and lengths, and try and bowl them out less than 250.
Having seen West Indies' first inning and their approach into batting, do you think that South Africa would take the chance of batting to declare, or would they want the West Indies to bowl them out?
I mean, if one or two of these guys can score 100, and they'll take the score to probably 200, 300, then if they get to 50 plus, then they'll declare and let the West Indies come in to bat, and they'll take it from there. I mean, the way that the guys batted in the first innings, it shows that, I mean, we can go out there in the second innings and try and roll them out cheaply as well.
What do you think of the state of this wicket? Do you think would it deteriorate going to day 3? Would it take spin? We've seen how Piedt bowled in the first innings for South Africa. Do you think that is something that both teams will probably go forward with this game using that slow bowling attack, or would they go for out and out quickies?
No, I think the quickies will go out there for probably 10 overs or 12, 15 overs, and then they'll introduce the spin same time. And we've seen how dangerous like spin bowling in this pitch, and then how Piedt bowled. I think he bowled slower, and he was turning the ball nasty, and he was getting wickets. So I think out of the whole thing, I think he got probably 5, and he did well. Okay.
26 for 1 after 10 overs. It is now drinks.
Back on the way after the drinks break. The SAA team is 27 for 1 after 10.1 overs. Akeem Jordan bowling his 6th over of the spell. shows you just how well conditioned he is, because he hasn't dropped the intensity that he's been bowling with, and has been keeping the SAA batters on the back foot most of the time, forcing players like Tony Dizorzi to try and do something a bit different to get him away. And this, from Hakeem Jordan, is the right kind of intensity to show, because it sets the tone for the entire innings that the team cannot be backing down. It's always said about the West Indies that they are better, or they're at their best when, ooh, that's a brilliant ball. Just to confirm everything we've been saying, it's always said about the West Indies that they're better as a team when their backs are against the wall. And this is that kind of situation right now. Effectively 169 or 170 behind with only one wicket. They need quick wickets. They need a double strike, yeah? Oh!
I think it's just drop shot, and I think that was a good ball from Jordan. On the other side, I think the lines that we're talking about, King AC, it just gives a great reflection of what is happening inside, and all those balls are going to sleep. Dizorzi, I think the second time, I think the ball just drop shot, and I think he batted. I mean, he's bowling well. He's bowling well. Jordan is bowling well. He's hitting the right areas, and he's hitting the right lines as well.
Steaming in. Dizorzi manages to fend that one off.
See, just going there and closing the bat so that the ball can just go a little bit down, and he's bowling good lines and good lengths.
Must remember that the West Indies are looking to win this game so that it doesn't have to go to a decider in this 3-match series. If they win this one, then the third one will be effectively a dead rubber. The SAA team playing to stay in it. Quick single.
No run. Only one run.
The fielders for the West Indies will need to be quick on their feet, need to be more agile. The balls that are going to the slips, that aren't carrying. In a match like this, when you're in such a dire situation, you'll be asking yourself, could I have done more?
Yeah, you're spot on there, King AC. And I was just thinking as well, I mean, if the guys are putting their hands up, I know the selectors are looking and watching and seeing who can maybe they can put into the test side. And I know Dizorzi has been good opening batter, and I think Peterson he shows some nice experience as well. He scored 67 of 86 balls, and the
umpire takes a long, hard look at that. Decides that Dizorzi,
no right.
the ball is probably drifting down leg. The Windies players can't believe it. They know how big of a fish that wicket is. Kevin Sinclair, we have to applaud. Since he's been introduced into the attack, he's made an instant, significant difference.
No, you're right there, King AC. The ball was great. I mean, it is, I think, between wicket and wicket. I cannot vouch and say, I mean, the umpire is close by to the guy, 22 meters. From here, it looked out, and then the umpire said not out, and so be it. Let's get on with the game. And it's good to see see some players coming to watch this kind of cricket, like Test cricket and like four-day cricket. We've got all the under 19 players, under 16 players, and border provincial players coming to watch. Inyati players are here, and they're coming to watch this wonderful game of cricket.
Kevin Sinclair is making the ball talk, and it seems like the SAA batters don't know what language it is.
I can see the guys with that decision there. They just turned down. Guys are like, you can see they got long face and they're looking down. And but it's cricket, guys, and it's one of those things. If the ball pitches outside leg stump, you could understand. And from here, we don't know where the ball pitches, and we just see what we can see. But the umpire is there to make the decision, and he said not out.
But you can tell, Tere, that there's enough in this wicket for the West Indies to stay interested. There's enough in the wicket. There's movement off the wicket.
Indeed. Sinclair things making that ball to talk, and he's turning the ball, putting nice lines, and just asking some questions there. And then at the other side, Jordan is like making sure that he's putting good lines and left, especially with the left and left-right combination. It's normally difficult for the bowlers as well, but the guys they handle that nicely. I know as professional cricketers you have to be on the ball in that.
There seems to be a problem with Hakeem Jordan, which would be a big blow for the West Indies. He's been vital so far in this attack. Into his 7th over now. Oh, fortunately for them, the problem is with the pitch. All sorts of drama here at Buffalo Park. The bowlers are finding the right areas. The batsmen are finding just the right way to survive. And now there's a problem with the pitch. I'm pretty sure it's the landing marks from the bowlers. It's very important for them to fix such a thing, because you don't want any players to incur any injuries. Yeah, they're the groundsman stamping it down.
What's a celebrity?
Just a recap of the innings so far. South Africa A are 28 for 1 after 12.2 overs. Reynard van Tonder hanging in there at the moment with Tony Dizorzi after the loss of Proteas SAA captain Neil Brandt. The West Indies bowlers have been finding a searching line, a penetrating line, especially Hakeem Jordan from the Bunkers Hill end. The introduction of Kevin Sinclair has changed the complexion of this game, with him taking the wicket of the SA captain and troubling Reynard van Tonder and Tony Dizorzi in his few overs so far. A reminder that the Windies are playing to win this series. The Proteas, the SAA team, is playing to stay in this series. You would expect calm heads to prevail in this game, for the SAA team to believe that, or to understand that, they are effectively 170 odd runs ahead. It's 170 odd runs for one wicket. But Hakeem Jordan has been asking all sorts of questions. It seems like the batsmen don't have any answers. Brilliant fielding. Brilliant fielding from Kirk McKenzie. All the fielders coming in to applaud him. The Windies seem like they're in top here. Reinhard van Tonder struggling to get away, 2 of 14 runs. Consistent line from Akeem Jordan. He hasn't faltered at all in his spell. Remember, he's bowled 6.4 overs on the trot. Shamar Joseph perhaps was struggling to bowl on one side of the wicket. The West Indies captain Joshua De Silva decided to bring on Kevin Sinclair. Sinclair immediately got purchased off the wicket. Searching is Akeem Jordan. Big, bruising, tall, fast bowler. The West Indies versus South Africa, a historic rivalry. West Indies have good memories of their recent travels to Buffalo Park. Ooh! Inside edge! Onto his foot. Reinhard van Tonder survives to see another day. Akeem Jordan. It's an insane spell from the West Indian. You'd like to think that the West Indies will want to keep the same line and length here. It's working, it's clearly working. The South African batters are still trying to find a way to combat that. Kevin Sinclair to continue from the graveyard end. Tony Dizorzi on strike. Scampers through for a single. Drifted down the leg side there for leg buys. Test match cricket. There's nothing like it. Ooh! Is that a dropped catch?
Do you switch it off and on? Or does it work?
Kevin Sinclair with the one that didn't turn. Reinhard van Tonder playing for the spin. The West Indies need to take these half chances. Sinclair would have been licking his lips watching Dane Piedt take 5 wickets today, thinking to himself, I'm just as talented as this man. I can make it talk just as much as he does. Sinclair, clearly the man of the tournament, the man of the series so far. 2 good innings in the first game. Got wickets as well. Brilliant all-round performance. Brilliant in the field. One down the ground to finish the over. West Indies are 32 for 1. We have 13 overs remaining in the day. A day that's largely belonged to the South Africans. They were able to get the West Indies out within the day. But the West Indies putting on a heck of a fight back here, trying to seal the series in the second game. And now there's a change of bowler for the West Indies. Jair McAllister is coming on. In the first innings, he tended to bowl a bit too short, but the South African batters were not able to capitalize. But now we'll be looking to use his express pace.
Tim?
Team. You can see that a bowler like McAllister steams in, bowling with his heart on his sleeve. And that's the type of thing that the West Indies need, especially with the spell that Hakeem Jordan just gave out. He needs to pick up right where Hakeem Jordan left off. For Dizorzi, who's a Protea now, it's all about being able to withstand the pressure that's been put on them. Dizorzi goes for it. No feet. Just swings his bat, looking to drive, goes past first and second slip. Living on the knife edge is Tony Dizorzi. The Windies bowlers hoping for purchase, yeah, getting it, but not the end product. Just as we had asked, McAllister's picking up right where Hakeem Jordan left off. Every run is hurting the West Indies here. Dizorzi pulls him. And that's the end of the over. Great start from Jair McAllister. The score is 38 for 1 after 15 overs. Kevin Sinclair coming on. Staying on.
Sobra.
Defends well off the back foot, does Tony Dizozi. Scores 44-1 after 15.5 overs rather. And that's how we end the over. 44-1 after 16. Kevin Sinclair 5 overs, 1 for 7. Young man is Kevin Sinclair, looking to force his way into the West Indies setup again. Having watched Dane Piedt clean up the West Indies batting lineup, he'll be thinking that he can do the same thing as well. Reynard van Tonda and Tony Dizozi developed a very good partnership in the first innings until Dizozi lost his wicket to a very good ball. And van Tonda has a bone to pick, you would think, with McAllister, because he's the one who got him out. A soft dismissal. Oh, he tries him with a bouncer again. That's how he got him out in the first innings. Perhaps played a lackadaisical shot in the first innings, did Reynard van Tonda, and was caught and bowled. Dizozi had a good start. He got 44 in the first innings. He's on 23 now. You would think he's survived the worst of the batting, the best of the bowling right now. Tony Dizozi, 26 years old this year. If you
44 for 1. 44 for 1 after 18 overs. We just have some load shedding here at Buffalo Park again. And but we still carry on. And thank you to Siwe for some of the great things that he's doing. Giving us some Wi-Fi and everything so that we can be on.
The West Indies will count themselves as being unfortunate. They've created multiple opportunities to get these wickets, but the ball always seems to be landing in no man's land.
Spot on, some of the guys are like some of the catches caught behind. They've been unfortunate dropping short, and some of them they've been hitting the ball up and then as well at the no man's land.
Kevin McAllister in particular has been troubling the two South African batsmen. Oh, Tony Dizorzi swings at that one, tries to cut. Perhaps it was a bit too close.
Yeah, I think it was too close to cut, and I saw that still practicing the shot, and I think he nearly nicked that one behind as well. Yeah. Normally you do those cuts when the ball is away from you, and when you are in the position or in line nicely to punch it behind point for 4 or for 2.
I believe it's the pressure that's getting to him, the constantly consistent lines from the West Indies. Good line, good length. The runs have dried up. The only time that they're getting runs is when they are playing relief shots, when they're trying to release the pressure.
Yeah. I think McAllister has been doing well up there, hitting the right areas, right lines. And so unfortunate that he's not getting that the nickels from there. It's coming around the wickets now to Dizorzi.
Would you say that was a predictable strategy, coming around the wicket and immediately trying the bouncer?
No, I don't think. I think he's got 2 guys behind him. He's got Skolek Boundary, the guy at fine leg, and I'm telling you now, he'll be bowling outside of stump so that he can let the guy waiting for the bouncer. And that was a blocking thing. He's just saying, listen, I'm going to bowl a bouncer, but he's not going to bowl a bouncer. He's going to bowl outside of stump. He's going to want the guy to play the ball and nick it off straight to the slips. Look at that ball. Look at that ball. See?
Just as you said it would be.
Yes. I mean, that's what happened yesterday as well, whereby Joseph Sharma did thing nicely here, I think from Turner, whereby he just put someone there at Skolek boundary, and he tried to. He was thinking maybe someone was going to put. The bowler was going to bowl a bouncer. All he did to bowl outside of stump, nick off straight to second slip. Unfortunately, the West Indian guys dropped the ball at second slip as well. So that was a good fast bowling thing, whereby you bowl a bouncer and then the second one will come straight. And he thought, even he was thinking that it was going to be a second bouncer, but it was not.
And his feet got stuck on the crease.
Indeed.
Sinclair carrying on now, coming over the wicket.
Yeah, he's done well, Sinclair.
As we've been saying, Sinclair has been the MVP of this series so far. Has taken a healthy amount of wickets, scored a healthy amount of runs. He would have been disappointed about his batting efforts in the first innings, but he's making up for it now in the second innings.
Indeed. Score almost to 46 for 1. 46 for 1 after 19.3 overs. 46 for 1 after 19.3 overs.
Sinclair employing a tried and tested strategy of bowling over the wicket to the right hander and around the wicket to the left hander. Perhaps not feeling like he was in his right mojo there, so he stopped. Ooh.
It's a difficult one. Buffalo Park now, second day. You can see I prefer the guys to go forward instead of going back. Because backwards, you can be caught in the crease and then can be trapped. I'll be there if you're not cautious on that. On that thing.
And that certainly seems to be the plan that Sinclair is going for. Trying to get the batsman to not be sure whether to go forward or back, and then have that one that just stays straight
Yes.
and castles the stumps or gets the LBW decision.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right there. And over is up, and 46 for 1 after 20 overs. 46 for 1 after 20. SA had a lead of 166, whereby they start Nasi earlier on, scoring 298 all out first innings, and then that was South Africa, and then in reply, West Indies 144 for all out as well in 47 overs, and then SA had a lead of 166 with Dan Piedt, the bowling display there. I think he got 5 wickets for.
Oh, that's a brilliant ball.
Brilliant ball. I think it was a little bit uppish.
Reynard van Tonder is on 10 of 30 balls and has struggled all the way through. It's not of his own doing, though. The West Indies bowlers have been brilliant bowling to him so far.
You're spot on. And I was just saying, Dan Piedt, 5 wickets for 28, which was good. Probably after 16 overs. I'll just double check with my mate here. Now, McAllister has been doing well. Just cutting that one to deep point, and deep point ran in, and then they only settled for 1 run.
And you can see how the West Indies players are on the field.
Body language speaks as well. You can see the guys are like a little bit down, chips are down, and
but you'd think that they'd be upbeat because they've been bowling well. It's just that the balls haven't been landing in the right areas for when they've been connecting with the bat like that. That's a very good ball. Just keep that consistency, as you said in the West Indies innings when Tsepo Moreki was bowling. Dare, you said that Moreki bowled 4 or 5 good deliveries, and then once he saw that the wicket wasn't coming, he changed and he got punished.
yeah.
So now maybe the West Indies bowlers should be doing the same, should not be following that line of Moreki, but instead keeping that consistent line until something comes off for them.
No, you're right. You're right there. And there's no support as well from the fielding side of things, whereby the bowlers are bowling nicely, having good lines and length and all those kind of things, and all of a sudden the fielders are not playing a part in catching those catches.
That was the same story in the first innings as well. South Africa were able to get to a total of 298, mainly off the back of good partnerships between players like Keegan Peterson, Reynard van Tonder and Tony de Zorzi. The West Indies dropped a couple of catches in those first innings, and they would have been disappointed with that, as you're saying. South Africa, their fielding was splendid in the West Indies first innings.
Yes, indeed. I mean, the guys put down some catches as well last innings, and in this level, catches win games.
Oof. Turns it to the square leg boundary for 1.
The guy at square boundaries were running fast there and picked up and they settled for 1, 48 for 1 after 21 overs.
Tony Dizorzi and Reinhard van Tonder will be happy with themselves that they've been able to survive such a brilliant spell from the 2 West Indies bowlers, Kevin Sinclair and Jair McAllister.
Yes.
They can say now that they've properly seen out the new ball and will be looking for the gaps maybe they can start to capitalize on. But Kevin Sinclair, you just can't write him off. He's been bowling brilliantly all series.
No, I can't, because he's been claiming wickets. He's been doing well, hitting the right areas, and you can't write him off.
Is there a difference between, or what's the big difference between Kevin Sinclair and Dane Piedt? Does the ball spin a bit more when you're a right arm off spinner if you're taller, or does it spin more if you're shorter?
Normally, you'll say when you're taller, you'll spin more, but these days you can see guys are, it's up at the wrist and how the guys are doing it. And some of the short guys can turn the ball like you can't believe. And normally we always think, the taller guys like Ellen Kumbele and all those guys can do that, but even
it tries to turn it down.
yes, and then what is it? Probably a leg wire.
The umpire gives it as runs.
The runs, the thing when you touch it, the glove or so.
Dizorzi moves on to 26 of 80 deliveries.
And the score moves on to 49 for 1 after 21 overs.
Reinhard van Tonder. Just one ball to see off of this dangerous player that's Kevin Sinclair.
Solid as a rock. Those are the nice defensive strokes from showing discipline for Toner and having a nice forward defense.
Score is 49 for 1 after 22. Change of bowler for the West Indies. The opening bowler, that is Shamar Joseph, is coming back onto the attack. He didn't have a good opening spell. They only gave him 3 overs, went for 10, but it was drifting, bowling down the leg side, being too wide on the offside. But it starts off with a brilliant line there.
Yes. He's on the money all the time. And Shamar Joseph has been superb. His bowling has been brilliant. And I don't know whether the keeper at this stage, I think he just had himself catching that Sinclair ball, Joseph's ball.
Yeah, it seemed to have bounced short.
Okay.
Seemed to have bounced right in front of him, and the take wasn't clean, and probably hit his fingers or something. His finger, his thumb. And you, as a former keeper, Terry, you would know that those are the worst ones.
Indeed. And that's why I always, you just check the speed of the guy, the height of the bowler when he runs into ball, where he's going to land the ball, when the ball is going to decelerate, and then whereby you have to come a little bit closer. I used to take 2 steps closer so that I can catch the ball at waist height, not at ankle height. Because ankle height, you get those things which is awkward and it's not nice for you to catch the ball. Normally, if it bounces, you'll find out. I mean, you'll hurt your fingers, and if you catch the ball at the ankle height, most keepers I'll suggest they must catch the ball at waist height or knee height.
I hear you, Tere, and you would like to think that the keeper or the West Indies team saw that when the SA team was bowling, the ball wasn't carrying as much as it usually does here at Buffalo Park. So they would have taken a step closer
Big
so that the
time.
balls could come at waist height, like you said. And also, you don't want to lose your captain to a finger injury, knowing how vital he is, how crucial he is in the entire cause, because he's a very crucial batsman for them. Also, with 5 overs to play, you don't want to lose the momentum that you've already built up. With 5 overs, Da Silva has just brought on his premium bowler, who is Sharma Joseph, hoping to get a wicket here.
Yeah, Sharma is a consistent bowler. He's been there and there all the time, hitting areas, and we'll see how it goes. And I think he'll do well in this spell as well.
Oh, brilliantly
Good shot.
played down the ground by Tony Dizorzi. He's been waiting for a delivery like that. Shamar Joseph pitching it up, getting punished down the ground. Precious runs, and that gets the SAA team to its 53 for 1 after 22.2. Every run is crucial here for the West Indies. Every run that they concede hurts them, and you can see it on the players' eyes, on the players' bodies as well. Balls,
Good
the
one.
same line,
Good
just
point.
adjust the length.
Yes. Deep point there, and they just settle for 1. 54 for 1 after 23.3 overs.
You think that the one wicket that the West Indies would think is more realistic is that of Reynad van Tonder, because he hasn't looked comfortable all day. He hasn't looked comfortable in his innings of 12 in 33 balls.
Sometimes you'll get someone who doesn't look comfortable. Sometimes like he just wants to play each and every ball on its merit, and secondly to make sure that he's playing time, and thirdly he wants to be there and play and bat long.
I hear you, Tere. I hear you. And coming in that crucial position of number 3, it's important for Reynad van Tonder to be able to weather the storm, see out the new ball, and then bat a long inning, like you just said.
He's spot on there, because you don't want to go at number 3, and he's just like, he must be like a Cullis type of player, whereby he scores later on, and if that's the case,
Well played. And that ends the over. The score is 55 for 1 after 23. Tony Dizorzi has moved on to 32 of 86 balls. And the West Indies now carrying on with Kevin Sinclair. By far the best player of the series so far. Some worthy contenders in there as well, such as the South African captain who scored 100 in the first game. Also Chandapal, who scored a high 70 in that first game as well.
Oh, it's good, man. It's good.
Keegan Peterson has a couple of 50s also in the series.
Yes.
He'll be looking to hopefully capitalize if he gets the chance to bat in this innings. Convert, hit a big score. Good shot. Drifted down the leg side.
4 runs.
Swept him. No one at Fine leg. Goes behind square leg for 4.
That was Van Toner hitting a nice 4 there down there, but third man, sort of fine leg.
Yeah, when you're struggling in innings, that's the kind of shot, or that's the kind of ball that you want to be. Oh,
Serious.
if the first one was lucky, that one was brilliant. Exquisite shot.
But it's a back and across top of the shot, and then he punch it for 4 to the covers, which is lovely.
Reynard van Tonder hitting. Reynard van Tonder showing us his full range of class there. Oh, and he follows it up with a solid forward defense. Proper cricket from Reynard van Tonder.
63 for 1 after 23 overs.
Oh, Reynard van Tonder. His eyes lit up there. He saw a ball that was full and wide. Perhaps went through the shot before the ball even reached him. Solid defense from Reynard van Tonder. Bright future, there's Reynard van Tonder. He has a very bright future. Kevin Sinclair. One more ball. They reject the 1. The over ends. The score is 63 for 1 after 24. We can't be that far away from the close of play now, in the West Indies carrying on with Shamar Joseph, hoping to get the better of Tony Dizorzi. Dizorzi has been showing his experience here, the 26-year-old from the West, who plays for the Western Province. Oh, clips it.
Scored a boundary.
2 runs there for Dizorzi. Chipping along nicely has been Dizorzi. 34 of 87 now. Whilst Reynard van Tonder struggled in the first half of his innings, Dizorzi was getting the runs. Now that Reynard van Tonder has started to loosen up, Dizorzi is just carrying on with his business. Solid defense.
Dizorzi from Cape Town as well, playing for Western Province.
You can hear the effort from the West Indies bowlers. The grunt every time he bowls that ball. Tony Dizorzi keeping his calm, keeping his composure. Trying to see the day out for the South African team. Coaches talk about these kinds of situations all the time. Keeping your composure just before the end of play.
Indeed, we always... just drop shot again there by Gully, and that saves Dizorzi's life as well. A big time. I mean, if like 15 minutes after day's play, you just have to be cautious as much as possible and make sure you just like hang in there until the last ball has been bowled, and then you can start all over again in the morning. Joseph Sharma is doing nicely, hitting the areas there. And I think normally we set the guy up with left-handers into him, probably 3-4 balls, and then he'll get one away, going away from him. I think this one is probably the 5th ball or the 6th ball. I think this one will go away from him. That's why he wants a third sleep.
You called it, Dare.
He's spot on.
Just as you called it, Dare.
It's just up.
Spot on. Brilliant analysis from the legendary Raymond Boy. Yay! Bounced off the popping crease.
Yo. And that's it for the day.
An eventful way to end the day. Shamar Joseph of the West Indies bowling a Yorker, just missing his line there. Tony de Zorzi will be happy to have seen the day out. Reynard van Tonder struggled in the beginning, but he began to show his class in the end. The score is 65 for 1 after 25 overs. SAA with a huge lead, a menacing lead. A lead of 207 at the end of at the close of play on day 2. Dane Piedt, the obvious star of the day, 5 for 28 in 12.2 overs. Tony de Zorzi right now getting off the field with Reynard van Tonder. South Africans did well. They'll be happy with themselves. Please join us again live on Pitch Vision tomorrow. Dare.
Thanks a lot, Kangesi. It's been a long day. And see you guys tomorrow. And we'll be live here at Buffalo Park starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
Have a good day.